Rickard and his father Magnus have come over from Sweden to do a couple of rounds of the UK Championships. Second row, we've got the Formula 3 147 Howard Ash. Alongside him, another Formula 3 144 Richard Pound. I think they're going to be the only Formula 3s in amongst this group. Dropping into third spot on the front row is number 50 Richard Worthington. Dropping into the second row is Georgia Olner, number 51. And just dropping into second spot on the front row now is 81 Nick Drew. Row 3, we got 95 Charlie Clark. And then we've got a gap, then Nathan Collins, 91. Then 116 Serena Hackett. Then on row 4, we got Kian Olner, number 72, and then Dave Elston, number 57. So we've got brother and sister out there. Sister 51, Georgia Olner, is on second row. Brother Kian is on the fourth row. They've got brand new batteries in, but I don't know why it would have changed. We've done nothing since yesterday apart from unplug the laptop. It's not played up before, but who knows? Right, so all the races today are 8 laps, apart from the Colts. They'll be doing 6 laps. So we've got 13 on the grid for this race. Hannah Deacon 111 has joined on the back row there, on row 4. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. Drivers now appearing from underneath the gazebos, where they've been sheltering from the sun. And we're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we are away. First away is 81, Nick Drew. But let's see as they go around the corner. It is still 81, followed by 108, then 538, 50, 51, 147, 95, 57, 144, 116, 72, 111, and 91 picking up the rear. The grid has cleared. Well, 81 Nick Drew still holding on to the lead. He's got Dan Turnbull 108 in pursuit. Then we've got a bit of a gap now to 50 Richard Worthington. And fighting for that fourth spot is Georgia Olner 51 and 538 Ricard Ivanov. And then we've got the battle between the two Formula 3s, 147 Howard Ash just ahead of 144 Richard Pound. So our front runner has already caught one of the tail enders, Dave Elston, 57. I'm not sure whether he had a problem, but he's now going to get caught up in this battle for the lead as they turn the ball in the water to head towards the back of the island. Nick Drew is going to make it past. Yes, he does. So Dan Turnbull may have to hold station as they go around the back of the island. That he's made it through. We got a late starter, number 51. Oh, right, yeah. So number 51 has been black flagged. That is because number 51 is already out there, and that driver has come out with the wrong number on. So talking about Georgia on number 51, she's just gone past. She is currently in 5th spot. Right, here we go. The battle for the lead is still going on. 81 Nick Drew still holding off Dan Turnbull. 108, they're going through the back markers now. So we've got 5 laps gone. Well, two front runners coming through the chicane section just in front of me. And Dan Turnbull tries to make the move as he goes through. They're crossing the line. 116 Serena Hackett is about to be lapped, and she's getting caught up in this battle for the lead. The two front runners now side by side, but Nick Drew's got the inside line as they drop onto the water. So as they run up the lake, it's still Nick Drew, followed by Dan Turnbull. They turn at the buoy to go head towards the back of the island. The next time through the line, they will be getting the last lap board, which is being prepared now. So this is it, one lap to go now. 81 Nick Drew still leading Dan Turnbull 108, just a few craft lengths in it. There could be some traffic for those two front runners to contend with on this last lap. Third at the moment, just crossed the line, but some way back from the front runners is number 50, Richard Worthington. Fourth across the line now is Rickard Ivanoff, 538. And then 51 Georgia Owner going through. And the run to the line, there is traffic in the way, it's going to be close. Nose to tail across the line, 81 Nick Drew takes the win. Dan Turnbull 108, so close. His craft almost touching the back end of Nick Drew's there as they came through the chicane section. So that's how they've ended up first and second. We're still waiting for third. Third crossing the line now is Richard Worthington, number 50. And we're still waiting for fourth spot. That should be Rickard Ivanoff, number 538. Oh, he's already gone through. So fourth. Fifth is 51, Georgia Olner. Sixth across is the first of the Formula 3s, 144, Richard Pound. Then we got 95, Darren Clark in seventh overall. Then we got the other Formula 3, 147, Howard Ash. He's eighth overall. And then running through the rest of the field, we got 116, Serena Hackett, then 111, Hannah Deacon, then 72, Kian Olner, then 91, Nathan Collins, then 57, Dave Elston. Right, so next up on the grid now are the Formula 2s. So we're picking up the pace a bit more now. The Formula 2s, they run up to 600cc 2-strokes, 750cc 4-stroke. Generally that is split over two engines, but not in all cases. So the small engine of the 600cc in the case of the 2-strokes will be used for lift, and all the rest will go into the thrust. We're still waiting for our pole sitter. I think that's going to be Dan Turnbull again. He's just been out in that last race. He came second in a different craft, so he'll now come back into the paddock, switch to his Formula 2 craft, and in theory he should be in pole position. Already there is Magnus Ivanoff, all the way over from Sweden this weekend, and he's a former European and World Champion winner in this particular Formula and Formula One as well. So his son was out in that last race. So that's number 521, Magnus Ivanov. Then 77, George Barnes in third spot. Completing the front row is 92, Wayne Hill. On row 2, this is our four-stroke, the only four-stroke in the pack, 89, Peter Symes Thompson. Alongside him is 119, and that is Rob Trussler. And then completing that second row, we got 98, Marcek Uckman. He's running an integrated system. So just the one engine, one fan. So again, 8 laps. And our pole sitter has now dropped into that pole position. 52 just coming out now, that's going to be Aaron Sutton. He's going to be dropping into row 3. So 8 craft on the grid at the moment. Well, it looks our grid may be complete now. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board now very shortly. Here we go, 2 minutes away from the start. Well, our pole sitter Dan Turnbull has got a small problem, the thrust engine not firing up. No, it's still not there. Right, coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. Hammer away. And it's Magnus Ivanov first. Oh, Magnus putting the craft up on his side as he went round the turn, but Dan Turnbull not able to capitalise, but Magnus was determined to get into that turn first, but he put the craft almost right up on its side. Got away with it, but that was close. So coming through the chicane to complete lap 1, it's 521, followed by 68, then 77, 89. That's the first 4. Small gap to 92 Wayne Hill, then 119 Rob Trussler, then 52 Aaron Sutton, They're 98, Maciek Uthman just coming through the line now. Well, Maciek Uthman, 98, I'm not sure that engine is on song. I know he had some electrical problems yesterday, and the pace is on at the moment. I don't think it's quite running. We've lost second spot. I've just spotted Dan Turnbull on the lake. That's unusual. So second spot is now George Barnes, 77. So we've lost Dan Turnbull, 68. So it's now the leader, 521, Magnus Ivanov. Second is George Barnes, 77. Then third is 89, Peter Symes Thompson. As a three-way battle heading towards the now, that's Rob Truster, 119, then 92, Wayne Hill, and 52, Aaron Sutton. That's now 3 laps completed. Well, I can see Dan Turnbull on the lake. His lift engine is running, so that is definitely a thrust engine problem. So Dan Turnbull has put it up on the cushion, and he's using the air coming out of the back of the cushion to move in slowly forward so he can get out of the way of the racing line. So our leader's starting to lap craft now. Aaron Sutton has just been lapped. We're on 5 laps completed. So the first 3 is 521 Magnus Ivanov. Second is George Barnes, 77. Then 89 Peter Symes Thompson. So second spot, George Barnes coming through the chicane section. He's losing track time now. He's got caught up with the back markers, so that's allowed Magnus Ivanov to pull away and open up that gap. Third spot, Peter Symes Thompson in that big 4-stroke, number 89, just dropping onto the water. He's got those back markers to contend with now. George Barnes has got through and past those, so he's got clean air now as he heads towards the back of the island. One lap to go now. The last lap board is out. 521 Magnus Ivanov with a good lead at the moment. George Barnes in second across the line, 77. Third across the line, 89 Peter Symes Thompson. He's getting caught up with the back markers, and Aaron Sutton being passed now with number 52. And the run to the line through the chicane section The run to the line, 5-2-1, Magnus Ivanov takes the win. And coming through in second spot, 77 George Barnes. And coming through in third, 89 Peter Thompson. Oh, we're still waiting for fourth. At the moment, that should be Rob Trussler. Ah, there he is, going back. He's going around the back of the island. So 119, Rob Trussler comes through in fourth. Fifth is 52, Aaron Sutton. Sixth is 92, Wayne Hill. Seventh will be 98, Majak Uckman. Right, we're dropping the pace now, but not necessarily the excitement. We're now running the juniors. So I'll just wait for the craft to go past me now before I run through the junior grid. Right, so juniors. So this group is based on age. So they're 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricting what they can run power-wise. And as a general guide, it's the Formula 3 specification craft, Formula 50, or the Formula 35 spec craft. So running through the grid, we've got pole sitter is Josh Trussler, number 48, the bright green craft. Alongside him is 155, Ollie Brann. 27 in third spot, Elliot Folland. And then completing the front row is 86, Ben Lambert. I'll quickly whiz through the rest of the field. 53 Oscar Lundin is on the second row. 24 Joe Smith. Then we've got, and I'm going to have to check number 46 because they run as a team. Right, it appears it's Tom Hudson on the second row, number 46. Row 3, we've got 67, Nancy Devlin, 147, Nathan Ash. And we've got 54, that could be Amelia Shiverton, but no, not Shiverton, wrong surname. I'll go and check that in a moment. And then we've got 51. 2-minute border's just gone up. Exactly. Right, so 8 laps for the juniors. And there's 11 craft on the grid. We're now on the 1 minute board. Right, come up to the lights now. Here we go. And we're away. And it's Ollie Brown, 155. That's the early leader. 48 Josh Truster, then Ben Lambert. But no, Elliot Follen drops into third. 27, then 53, 86, 24, 46, 67, 147, 51, and 54. The grid has cleared. So here come the front runners. Out still. Ollie Brand, 155, being chased by 48, Josh Trussler. Then 27, Elliot Folland. Then 53, Oscar Lewington. Ben Lambert, 86. Then Joe Smith, 24, 67, Nancy Devlin. Then Tom Hudson, 46, 147, Nathan Ash. And 51 is Amy O'Callaghan. $54 I'm looking for. Well, as we run through the line to complete lap 2. The battle is still on for the lead. Still 155. Ollie Brand still being chased by Josh Truster. Not that far behind is Elliot Folland. Then a bit of a gap to Oscar Lewington, 53. Then 86, Ben Lambert. Coming through the chicane now is a whole group. 24, 67, 147, 46. Well, Ollie Brand, 155, has opened up a very small gap, but it is very small. As the race progresses, there could be a challenge as they get in amongst the back markers. So third is still 27, Elliot Folland. Fourth is 53, Oscar Lewington. Then Ben Lambert's just gone through, 86. In fifth. Then we've got a group of 3 battling for the lower places. 24, Joe Smith. 67, Nancy Devlin. 46, Tom Hudson. Those 3 locked in battle there as they run down to the lake. And 46, Tom Hudson has got past Nancy Devlin. 67. And that is the battle for 8th and 9th place. Right, so the 2 front runners will be coming into the back markers either on this lap or the next lap. Tom Hudson has now moved up, number 46, round the back of the island. He's moved up ahead of Joe Smith, 24. Right, so our leader goes through. It's still 1-5. Ollie Brown. He's pulled out a little bit more of a gap to second spot. Josh Trussler, number 48. But they are now coming into the traffic. Nancy Devlin's going to be the first one to get caught up. Third is still 27, Elliot Folland. So that's 5 laps completed. Well, getting through the traffic there, it looks as though it's played into the hands of Ollie Brown because he's now extended that lead as he comes through the chicane section and through the line to complete 6 laps. And Josh is still caught with the back mark as he's come through the chicane. Joe Smith has spotted he's there, so he lets Josh through. Oh, a mistake by Ben Lambert coming through the chicane section. He's caught the back end of the craft on one of the posts, and that's done some damage to his skirts. So Ben Lambert making a mistake there as he came through the chicane section. And I think that's dropped him a place. Yes, it has. So Tom Hudson, 46, moves up to 6th, and Ben has dropped to 7th. The last lap board is up. So up the hill to the chicane section. Ollie Brown, 155. Goes through the line to take the win. Josh Trussler goes through in 3rd spot, number 48. And coming through in 3rd shortly, just coming through the chicane section now, is going to be 27, Elliot Folland. We're still waiting for 4th. That should at the moment be... Oh, it's the run to the line. I've just realised that Nathan Ash has got past Oscar, so a change of places on the last lap. So Nathan Ash takes 4th in 147. Oscar drops to 5th spot in number 53. 6th goes to 46, Tom Hudson. 7th will go to 86, Ben Lambert. 8th will go to 24, Joe Smith. 9th will go to 67, Nancy Devlin. And 5th, and then in 10th spot, number 51, and that is Amy O'Callaghan. So as our juniors peel back to the paddock, the next group up are Formula One. So Formula One, unlimited capacity, anything goes. We're not talking about seats here. We're talking about horsepower. The craft generally will have a lift engine at the front, and then the all-important thrust engine at the back. Now, the back thrust engine, they'll be using something like about 180 to 220 horsepower. Their 0 to 60 they will out-accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start, and they'll top out at around about 80 miles an hour. So we're upping the pace quite considerably now. We've got number 1 already on pole, and that is going to be Conrad Beale this time. So his son I would normally expect out. He stood near me, so I'm going to find out why. So no issues with Callum. They just decided to switch it around a bit. So a lot of these craft do run as teams. That could be any sort of combination. It could be father, daughter, father, son, aunties, uncles, you name it, or just friends that have got together to run a craft just to cut the costs down. So Conrad Beale, number 1 in pole position, last year's UK champion. He's a former UK, European and world champion. Second spot we're still waiting for. Third is Simon Francis, number 28. And completing the front row, number 5, but is actually a Formula 2 spec craft, and that is Abby Beale. So we've got father and daughter out in the same race. Right, we are waiting for one more craft, and that is Dan Turnbull. Now that thrust engine he was out in the Formula 2 race. He does qualify to use that in the Formula 2 race because he ended up on the lake there. So we're just waiting to find out now whether he's going to make it out. Yeah. Right. It sounds as if we've got a full grid now, so Dan Turnbull not making it out. So we're going to go on to the 2-minute board very shortly. So Dan Turnbull missing off the front row of the grid. So just the 3 craft. So 8 laps, just a whole lot quicker. Only 3 craft. Right, we're on the 1-minute board. All right, we're coming up to the lights now. Here we go. Well, as expected, number 1, Conrad Bill, goes into the turn first and slots in there ahead of Cy Francis, number 28, Abbey Bill in third spot there in number 5. So at the end of lap 1, Conrad in that number 1 craft controlling the race from the front there now. Well, just a gentle reminder to everybody to keep their fluids up to date. Make sure you've got that sun cream on. So midpoint of the race. Well, no, actually 5 laps gone now because the lead has just gone through. So I think by the end of the race, Conrad will have caught his daughter and passed her. Right, the last lap board is now being prepared for our leader. Conrad Bill, number 1, still hasn't quite caught his daughter. That may happen before the end of the next lap. Yeah, so as he crosses the line, Conrad Bill, number 1, about to pass his daughter. She moves to one side, lets him through. Cy France is still pushing hard, but not close enough to mount a challenge. And he's popped the segment on that front right corner as he went round the bend to run towards the water section. So those skirt segments that you see, that piece of material flapping, they are designed to come loose if they're put under too much stress. So Conrad Bill takes the win in that number 1 craft. Cy Francis, number 28, comes through in second, and third goes to Abby Bill, number 5. Well, our next group up, already starting to form up in the grid, and that's the Colts. Before I get onto them, just a few things. If you've come today, and this is the first time of you watching hovercraft racing, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the club as a whole, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. That covers the whole country. And on that website, you'll find out the local branches that organise the events. This one is organised by the Chilterns branch. And so if you want to get some more information, we've got more race dates coming up throughout the season. We will be back here later on in September. And I'm going to try and find those dates for you. So the date we're looking out for later on in the year, if you want to come back here, 23rd, 24th of September. But if in between them, we're up north at a place near Accrington. We're also down at a place called Gangwarley, that's Forley, so right down south on the south coast. And our next one will be at Rother Valley Country Park. So we do get around up and down the country. You can obviously follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. And the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. Now, just take this moment to thank our sponsors for this weekend. So Sands Farm, weekend camping. Redcoat Leisure, they do micro campers. Thames Valley Campers, they do bespoke camper conversions. Dell Motor Services, looks as though it's a general garage. And then finally, Sportif Citroen in Aylesbury. So we'd like to thank those fun companies for sponsoring us this weekend. So our Colts, we're on the 2-minute board. Our pole sitter is missing. Oh, they're still trying to get it running. So we're now looking at an age group of 10 to 13. They are restricted in what they can run power-wise, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they can only produce a certain amount of thrust. So you will see, as they come round, possibly, there are some devices on the front of the fan just block the air coming through the fan to reduce its efficiency. That brings them within the thrust range of what they're allowed. So no point in putting a small engine in and tuning it up to the nth degree, because ultimately at the end of the day you can only produce a certain amount of thrust, and that is checked regularly. So running through the grid, we got the pole sitter is missing. Off the top of my head I've lost count who that is. Oh, that is going to be Morgan Watcham. 44, Lily Elson is there in second spot. Then Maya Barlow, number 7. And then Emily Lewandon, number 153. That completes the front row. And then on the second row, we've got 158, Taylor Reynolds, and 75. And that is Harley Allman. And we're away. So Morgan Watcham hasn't made it onto the grid, but we'll see if they're going to get it out. They can still get into this race. So Lily Elson has gone away into clear leader, but Maya Barlow, number 7, and 158 tussling for position as they drop onto the water. Well, I can't quite see it, but it appears that somebody may have problems as they dropped onto the water. Now I can't see it from my position, so we'll just wait as they come through. Lily Alston, 44, away and clear, coming through the chicane now to complete lap 1. They're only doing 6 laps. Coming through in second spot, in a solid second now, is Maya Barlow, number 7. And third is 158, Tyler Reynolds. And then Emily Lewandon in fourth. And then Holly Allman, 75, picking up the rear at the moment. Well, that's 2 laps completed now for our leader, Lily Elson, referred to as the pocket rocket. She's away and clear. Second spot, coming up the hill to the chicane section, is Maya Barlow in that number 7 craft, but it looks as though Tyler Reynolds in 158 may have closed the gap down. So whether Maya's got a problem or not, I don't know. But there could be a challenge for that second spot in just a moment. Yeah, Maya's definitely not on the pace I would expect it to be. So 7, 158, 153, all very close there. And 158, Tyler Reynolds has gone through. Maya's gone off to one side as she looks as though she's down on power. The engine's running. So 158, Tyler Reynolds has now moved up to second. 153 has moved up to third. And that is Emily Lewandon. Well, Milo Barlow's definitely got an issue there. The engine's running, but no real power coming out of it, so she's having to get a bit of a pull start, as it were, by one of the marshals. Give her a tug to get her moving, but definitely an issue. So from Maya's point of view, it's all about a case of getting enough laps on the chart to score some points, even though she might be some way back. So the three craft that are dropping onto the water now, 158, 153, 75, still very much in touch with each other. A bit of a gap between them, but any sort of mistakes and that could all change. Emily Lundin in 153 has got skirt damage there on the right hand side. So that could put an influence into the race. Our last lap board is now being prepared for the leader. It's still Lily Elston, number 44. Well, Maya Barlow looking behind, she obviously realises there's an issue. She's not on the pace we'd expect her to be. So she's got enough laps on the chart to score points, which is the all important thing, because the points accumulate over the weekend to get our overall top 3 placings. Right, 1 lap to go now. The last lap board is now up. Lily Olsen goes through, and she's got past Harley Allman, who's now skewed off to one side as she goes around the corner. I think he got maybe some thrust there from Lily as she went round the corner, so she's already lapped Harley. So Lily Olsen, our leader, comes through the chicane section, crosses the line and takes the win. So coming through in second spot will be 153, Emily Lewandon. Third will go to Tyler Reynolds, 158. Fourth will go to 75, Harley Allman. And fifth will go to 7, Maya Barlow. Right, just trying to ascertain with the novices whether there are any coming out. Yesterday, the second block of racing, we didn't have any novices, so we scrubbed that race. Well, we did have novices, but none of the craft were running. I understand we may have one craft coming out this time. So with novices, clearly when you come into this sport, you have to go through a series of 15 races to qualify up into the main groups. Those 15 races can obviously be spread over a number of different events. And you can use any of the main Formula craft to do that in. Generally, they're looking at Formula 3 or Formula 50. That's a good introductory formula to come into rather than Formula 2 or 1. And they also have to do 10 marshalling duties as well. That helps our marshalling team. And obviously on a day, well, a weekend like this, where the marshals are stood out in this heat, they don't have any shade to get protection from. So we're trying to switch them around to give them some relief. So that leads me on to if you've come along and you think, well, yeah, I'd like to see some more of this or would like to get involved. It's still very much a family-oriented sport. I started, my involvement started back in 1967. And yeah, it's one of those sports that's never taken off big time. So we don't have any big sponsors. So with the drivers, you know, everybody talks to each other and they're all friends and they're all willing to help each other out, unlike those sports that have gone big time. And so if you fancy getting involved, obviously if you don't want to have a craft, there are many club members here that don't have a craft. You can get involved in the other side, which is either the local branch with organising the event and putting it on, or the marshalling side. With the marshalling side, we equip all the marshals in orange, and the radios, they're all on Radio Link, and that's all supplied by the club as well. And obviously when the weather is inclement, they get wet weather gear as well. So if you do want to get involved on that side, then go to the main club website and you'll find some links there. So we just got one novice come out, so he's going to do his mandatory 3 laps to say that he's actually qualified in this race. This driver is actually a previously qualified driver from quite a few years ago. So it's Mark Allman, and he's using his son's craft, so hence why he looks a bit big in that craft. So his son is Harley Allman. You saw him out earlier. So basically he's doing 3 laps just to tick some boxes. So our next group after that will be the open formula race. So coming back to the marshalling, yeah, if you do want to get involved in that, obviously depending on the site we use, we have water rescue as well. And beyond that, we have a whole team of scrutineers that scrutineer the craft and checked at the beginning of each weekend. Obviously that tends to be a bit bespoke to this sport because we're slightly different to most other motorised sports, but all that, if you've got a good engineering background, then you know, all that training will be given to you. We've obviously got the lap scorers in our race control van. There's a mix there of manual lap scoring and electronic. So most of the club members have actually from the main club, so all the marshals, lap scorers, etc., have all come from all over the country for this weekend to support the local branch to actually run it. So that main club website, it should all be in your program that you got, www.hovercraft.org.uk. As I say, the branch that has organised this one is the Chilterns branch. Just a reminder to keep your fluids up. And if you can get any shade, please do so. When we have the break, all things being equal, we should be opening up the paddock for members of the public to come in. But obviously, during the racing or during that break, if you take a wander around from where you first came in, at the bottom of our campsite, you will see a whole set of Coleman shelters. There's a snack wagon there, so if you want drinks, hot or cold, and food, they can sort you out there. So our next group has started to form up onto the grid now. So we get a complete mixed bag of the different formulas appearing. The first one up there is Charlie Clark, number 95. He's running a Formula 50 craft. So appearing on the front row is number 28, Cy Francis, and he's running a Formula 1. So coming into the grid in just a moment and dropping onto the front row in fourth spot will be Jake Trussler, number 119 in a Formula 2. Now he races that as a team with his father, Rob Trussler. So we've got another Formula 2 coming out. Number 92, Wayne Hill. And that craft is a Formula 2. And he drops into the second row. We got Abby Bill, number 5, dropping into the third row. As number 5, so it's a Formula 1 number, but it's actually a Formula 2 spec craft. Dropping into the front row in second spot is 521 Magnus Ivanov. Dropping into row 2 now, Formula 3 craft, 144 Richard Pound. So to confirm, directly after this race there will be a break. Right, coming in through into pole position is a Formula 1, number 1, this time being being driven by Callum Beale. So Sun taking it out in this race. Right, coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. There we go, 2 minutes away from the start now. We're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. Oh, there was a crackle there from one of the engines, but number 1, Callum Beale, got off to a very slow start. So our leader is 521, Magnus Ivanov, then 28, Cy Francis, then 119, Jake Truster, then 1, Callum Beale. Now, I'll have to pick up the rest when they come through. But that was a slow start by Callum Beale. So up the hill into the chicane section is Magnus Ivanov, 521. The current leader, 528. In second, then third is now Callum Beale, number 1, then 119, Jake Trussler. Then 92, Wayne Hill, 4144, Richard Pound, 5, Lou Beale, then 95, Charlie Clark. Oh, Callum Beale getting that cross a bit up in the air as he came up the hill, so he's got the power back. Whatever that was at the beginning, looks as though he's cleared, because he's now chasing down Cy Francis, number 28, and he's on his heels as they drop down to the water. Jake Truster 119, still in fourth spot. He's in a clear fourth. Behind him, just going through the line, is 92 Wayne Hill. Well, something happened to Callum as he dropped onto the water. He dropped back behind Jake Trussler again. So quite clearly that engine, I should imagine a thrust engine, not quite on song. I know they had some issues yesterday. Yeah, it looks as though Callum's sort of struggling there. He's not on the pace he should be in that number one craft. So meanwhile, our leader coming into the chicane section, Magnus Ivanov 521, has just now caught the tail ender, 95 Charlie Clark, and he's about to put him a lap down. Charlie running a Formula 50 craft, so Magnus sweeps through on the inside. Charlie saw him coming, so moved to one side. And I've just realised we've lost Cy Francis as well. 28, oh, a couple of laps back. So second spot is now 119 Jake Truster, and third is number one Callum Beale. So 5-2-1 our leader, Magnus Ivanov, just waiting there behind Abby Beale. She drops onto the water to make the move. Abby is one of the back markers. So the current positions with 5 laps gone is 5-2-1 Magnus Ivanov in first, 119 Jake Truster in second, third is 1 Callum Beale, fourth is 92 Wayne Hill, fifth is 144 Richard Pound, sixth is 5 Abby Beale, seventh is 95 Charlie Clark. Well, we've lost Callum Beale somewhere. He's out of my sight, but we've lost him a couple of laps ago. 6 laps completed by the leader. Oh, there's Callum coming through now, but very, very slow. Smoke coming out the back. That does not bode well. So I think he'll be coming into the paddock now. Yeah, he returns back to the paddock. So we are on the last lap now. So our leader coming up the hill to the chicane section. 5-2-1, Magnus Ivanov cruising through the line. The clear winner. Just waiting for second now to come through. And that is 119 Jake Trussler. And third will go to 92 Wayne Hill. Fourth will go to 5 Abbey Bill. Fifth will go to 144 Richard Pound. Sixth will go to 95 Charlie Clark. Callum Bill, though he stopped, he will get points. He comes through in second. Sorry, seventh, not second. Seventh. So that is our last race in this first block of racing. We are now going to go for a break, and I'm just going to wait for an update from our Chief Marshal as to what our start time will be for the next block. So once I release members of the public into the paddock area, which hopefully will be very shortly, just a few reminders whilst you're waiting. It is strictly a no smoking zone in the paddock area, and that includes e-cigarettes, and even where you are in the public area, just remember the grass is tinder dry at the moment. And so if you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Especially watch out for the hot exhaust. With this heat, the exhaust will retain that heat for a long time. So make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Now, if you've got any questions, if there are any drivers around up here, if they haven't disappeared to get into the shade, they're normally quite amenable to answering questions. And unless they've got spanners flying everywhere, then it's probably not a good idea. But they're usually quite amenable if you've got any technical questions or anything like that. Right, members of the public, I've just had an update, and the next race will start at 20 to 3. I'm looking at the time now. We're 1:45. So 23 will be start of the next race. And so you've got until 25 past, so 2:25, to come in and have a look around. At the 2:30 mark, 2:30, I will be clearing the paddock and the craft will be coming out into the grid. So you've got a bit of time now. If you're not coming into the paddock area, then please make sure you keep hydrated. That obviously goes throughout the whole day. And try and get that sun cream slapped on, and try and get some shade if at all possible. The snack wagon is open for business. That's at the bottom end of our campsite. There's a whole load of gazebos set up there. So if you want to take a wander around there to get food and drink, that is available all day, even when the racing's going on. So I may well go quiet now for a while, and I'll let you have a look around the craft up close. Testing 1, 2. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for me to ask if there's any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next couple of minutes? The craft will be coming out onto the grid at 2:30, and first race will start at 2:40. So any members of the public in the paddock area, can you start making your way back to the public viewing area now? Thank you. Well, whilst we're waiting, go through a few sponsors that sponsored us this weekend. We've got Sands Farm Weekend Camping, Red Coat Leisure, they do micro campers, Thames Valley Campers, and they do bespoke camper conversions. Dell Motors, Motor Services, I think that's the general garage. And then we've got Sporty Citroen in Aylesbury. So thank you for those sponsors for this weekend. Right, final reminder to anybody in the paddock area, can you please make your way back to the public viewing area now? The craft will be coming out onto the grid very shortly. And we'll be getting the first race underway. First race up is the Formula 50. So if you've, well actually Formula 50 combined with the Formula 3s. So if you weren't here this morning, I'll just tell you that when each formula comes up, I'll give you a brief overview of what that formula is about. So the first race up will be the Formula 50 and Formula 3s. So Formula 50, originally designed around the 503 engine. It's two-stroke, twin-cylinder, air-cooled, and they have to run it in pretty much its standard format, so sort of as it comes out of the box. But it's been around for many, many years, so they're not allowed to use any special carburetors or exhaust, so very much an easy entry level to come into. They're only allowed to use the one engine and one fan to provide lift and thrust, and there is a weight restriction also, and that includes the combined weight of the driver and craft. So Formula 3 is up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke, and beyond that there's no restrictions. They can either run one fan that provides lift and thrust or a twin fan setup. That doesn't seem to be very popular now. We went through a phase of going through twin fan setups, but we don't do that now, or it's sort of gone out of fashion, as it were. We do get a mix of two-stroke and four-stroke. Now all the races today, or this afternoon, will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts, and they will be doing 6 laps. The craft's starting to form up onto the grid now. So the grid formation is a 4-3-4-3 formation. The grid is separate from the course, so once they leave that grid, they're then onto the main course. So that does allow us to grid up whilst the race is still underway. So as drivers come up onto the grid, they're pretty much parking up, then walking off to one side, taking the crash helmets off so they can cool down. They don't have the luxury of sort of Formula One drivers who've got a cooled system to keep their body's temperature down. So let's start running through the grid. 108 Dan Turnbull in pole position. Second spot, 81 Nick Drew. Third spot, 50 Richard Worthington. And then in fourth spot, completing the front row, all the way from Sweden, 538 Ricard Ivanov. Row 2, we're still waiting for to turn up. Row 3, we've got 95 Charlie Clark, 116 Serena Hackett. And dropping into row 2 now, we've got 144 Richard Pound. Now he's running a Formula 3 spec craft. So he's doing well in this Formula 50 field. Row 4, Kian Olner has just dropped into position alongside David Elston, 57. Georgia Olner, 51, just coming up to the second row. And also dropping into the second row is 147 Howard Ash. He's also running the Formula 3. So the two Formula 3s alongside each other there. '54 Oliver Cowgill dropping into row 5. Number 54. 111 Hannah Deacons just dropped into row 4. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it looks as though we've got 14 craft on the grid for this race. Don't forget it's 8 laps. Well, the grid is pretty much formed up now. We're just waiting for that all-important 2-minute ball, which looks as though it's going to be going up in just a moment. Okay, here we go. 2-minute board is just going up now. So all the drivers appearing now and putting their helmets on. So just to confirm, there's 13 craft on the grid for this race. Majority of the grid is made up of Formula 50s. We got 2 Formula 3s out there, and they are on the second row. That's 144 Richard Pound and 147 Howard Ash. Right, we're on the 1-minute board now. Right, I'm coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh! Just a bit of a jump there, 538 Rickard Ivanov, just getting a bit twitchy on the throttle. He's pulling the craft back into position. Right, let's have another go. Oh, again, he's a bit twitchy, and they're away. And it's 81 Nick Drew first, followed by 50, 108, 538, 51, 147, 144, 95, 57, 116, 72, no, 111, 72, 91, 54. The grid is cleared. So watch out for that battle for the lead. The 2 of them could be battling for that number 1 spot all the way through the race. It's Nick Drew at the moment, 81 leading. Being chased by Dan Turnbull, 108. Then a small gap developing then down to 3rd. That's Richard Wellington, number 50. And then the Swede, Rickard Ivanov in 538. Well, there's 2 front runners disappeared behind their line. They are pulling away. Nick Drew looks as though he's in control at the front there. He's eased that gap very slightly to Dan Turnbull at the moment. That could potentially change if they start catching the tail end of the field and getting in amongst the back markers. Nick Drew has popped a segment on that left-hand side. So that will take a bit of the pace off that. So the front runner's coming through the line, and well, Dan Turnbull has also popped a segment on that left-hand side, but he's closed the gap to the leader. So they're going to be catching the tail end of the field very soon now. So watch out for that battle for the lead. Carry on. Right, so the two front runners have caught the tail enders now. 91, Nathan Collins is going to be the next one to get caught up in that battle. He's the back marker. Nick Drew just almost approaching the back end as they drop onto the water. Third is still 50, Richard Worthington. Fourth is 5-3-5, Rickard Ivanov. Well, looking at the Formula 3s, the two of them there, Richard Pound 144 is leading that group of two. Right, as they cross the line, it's almost nose to tail as they go through. 5 laps gone now. Serena Hackett is going to be in the middle of this battle for the lead as they drop onto the water. As they turn at the marker boy, it's still 81, followed by 108. So 6 laps gone now. Nick Drew has made some ground on second spot. Dan Turnbull, I think Dan's got caught up with some back markers, so he's lost some time on that last lap. Richard Worthington, number 50, running down the hill to the water, is in a solid third. Rickard Ivanov still there in fourth. Right, the last lap board is now out. The leader goes through. He's in amongst the traffic, but also Dan Turnbull in second spot is also in amongst that traffic. So it looks as though Nick Drew shouldn't be under pressure on this last lap, but who knows with the back markers. Okay, the run to the line. Here we go. Through the chicane section, cross the line. 81, Nick Drew takes the win. 108, Dan Turnbull getting caught up with the traffic there. He comes through in second spot. Third is going to go to 50, Richard Worthington. Fourth across the line is 538. Rickard Ivanov. And then it's 51 Georgia Olner, 57 Dave Elston, Then we got the Formula 3 of Richard Pound, 144. Then 95, Charlie Clark. Oh! There was a run to the line. I think that was a battle for position there between 51 and 57. And I think 57, Dave Elson may have just pipped Georgia on the line, but we'll have to wait for the official result. I'm looking at it at a slight angle, but that was close.
I've got that as Dave Elston.
So as that group head back to the paddock, our next group are already forming up on the grid. So this is Formula 2. So we're now looking at up to 600cc two-stroke, 750cc four-stroke. And that is the total capacity of all the engines on board. So the Formula 2s generally run with twin engines, but they do also run with a single engine. So I'll just run through the grid as it's at the moment. We've got quite a few spaces there. Pole sitter for the race, 521 Magnus Ivanov this time. And that's Dad. A previous Formula 2 and Formula 1 European and World Champion. Alongside him is number 77, George Barnes. That's the front row at the moment. 92, Wayne Hill is on second. And row 3, 52, Aaron Sutton. So still quite a few gaps on the grid. 8 laps again. So whilst we're waiting, just another reminder, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the club as a whole, because this is a national event, it's held by the Hover Club of Great Britain. But it's organised locally by the Chilterns branch. And if you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, there's a wealth of information on there. That's a good starting point for finding out about the racing side and the cruising side as well. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, then the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. Well, I'm just trying to work out who's missing off the grid. Got quite a few gaps there. So 89 Peter Symes Thompson with the big 4-stroke is missing off the grid. He's the only one running a 4-stroke this weekend. All the rest are 2-strokes. Who else is missing? Dan Turnbull is coming out not in the craft that he should have been using for this race. So Dan's Formula 2 craft he had a problem with earlier, so he's using a lower spec craft to come out. So don't expect too much from that craft. Number 68, he drops into the 3rd position. Maciek Uckman, number 98, is also missing off this grid. And I think Rob Trussler, 119, is also missing off this grid. So the 2-minute board has already gone up. And the 1-minute board is now up. 1 minute away from the start. All right, we're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. And they're away. And it's Magnus Ivanov 521 that goes into the turn first, followed by George Barnes 77. Then it's 68, Dan Turnbull 92, Wayne Hill 52, Aaron Sutton. The grid is cleared. So Magnus Ivanov disappears round the back of the island, already pulling away from George Barnes in second. Third spot just going through. Putting up a valiant effort, number 68, Dan Turnbull. And then 92, Wayne Hill, and 52, Aaron Sutton, who swings well wide on that turn just before the, or just after the finish line. So losing ground there, but he's not lost any places. Oh, Aaron Sutton catching some thrust there from Wayne Hill as he came up the hill. And just caught him by surprise there. Just knocked him back a little bit. The one thing you don't do with a hovercraft is slipstream. Worst thing you can do. Well, that gap looks as though it's opening up very, very slightly now. From Magnus Ivanov in first to 77 George Barnes. But it is only marginally larger. Well, the only real battle that's going on is for that last spot, and that's between Wayne Hill 92 and 52 Aaron Sutton. Talking of which, Aaron Sutton has made the move on Wayne as they entered the section behind the island there. So Aaron Sutton, I think, has moved up past Wayne. Yes, he has, as they come up the hill into the chicane section. So I'll lead across the line. We have now done 5 laps. So 5 laps completed now. Well, with 6 laps gone, 5-2-1, Magnus Ivanov is passing Aaron Sutton, putting him a lap down. And, well, George Barnes, 77, is within striking distance as they get in amongst the back markers. So 3rd spot, Dan Turnbull, about to be lapped. The last lap board is now out. So 1 lap to go now. George Barnes, 77, still trying to hold on to the lead craft, just in case there's a problem with Magnus. Here we go, the last run through the chicane section, the run to the line, and it is Magnus Ivanov, 5-2-1 that takes the win. George Barnes, close, but not close enough. Number 77, he comes through in 2nd. So a lap down, but still coming through in 3rd place is 68 Dan Turnbull, then Aaron Sutton in 4th, 52, and then 92 Wayne Hill. So our next group already formed up on the grid, and these are the juniors. So aged 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricting what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3 specification craft, Formula 50, and the Formula 35s. We've got no Formula 35s racing this weekend, so a bit difficult to explain that one. But they're running industrial 4-stroke engines, so a completely different category. And they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower. And that's total of all the engines on board. So running through the grid in pole position in the fluorescent green craft is Josh Trussler, number 48. His brother racing in the Formula 2s now, 119, Jake Trussler. So, and Dad has also been out racing in Formula 2 yesterday. There appears to be a problem with the craft, so I haven't seen it out today. 155, Ollie Brand in second spot. Third spot, Elliot Folland, number 27. And completing the front row in fourth spot, 53, Oscar Lewington. Second row is 86, Ben Lambert. And then we've got Tom Hudson, 46. And then Nathan Ash in 147. So that completes row 2. Row 3 is 24, Joe Smith, 67, Nancy Devlin. And completing the front row, 54. I think that's 54. And that is, I've just had it confirmed, it's Thomas Cowgill. I question that because quite a few of these drivers in all the formulas run as teams, so I do sometimes have to check, especially with the kids. Ah. Okay, so 54 is actually Amy O'Callaghan, not Thomas Cowgill. I blame it on the heat. It's too hot. Right, so the 2-minute board has just gone up. So 8 laps again for the juniors. And there's 10 craft on the grid. We're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. Right, coming up to the lights very shortly. There we go, we're on the lights. And it's a slow getaway, and they're away. There's Josh Trussler, 48, that's into the turn first, but Ollie Brand round the outside. He's held the line, and he's got to the water first. Now, can 48 Josh Trussler do the switchback and cut back on the inside? No, he hasn't, so it's Ollie Brand that's the current leader, followed by Josh Trussler. And we got We've got a late starter coming out, number 24, Joe Smith, or was he on the grid already? But he's going to be getting off the grid late, and he joins now. Right, as they cross the line, is 155, Ollie Brand leading. 48, Josh Trussler in second. Third is 27, Elliot Folland. Fourth is Tom in number 46, Tom Hudson. Then Ben Lambert in 86, Nathan Ash, 147, 53, Oscar Lewington, 67, Nancy Devlin, and then 51, Amy O'Callaghan. All right, 2 laps completed. 155, Ollie Brand. Still holding on to that first spot. Josh Truster still there, ready to strike. Third, Elliot Folland, 27. Then a bit of a gap now to Tom Hudson, 46. Then 86, Ben Lambert. 53, Oscar Lewington. Then 147, Nathan Ash. Then 67, Nancy Devlin. They're still coming through. And 51, Amy O'Callaghan. Oh, and Amy has suddenly swung off to one side on the turn after the finish line. So I'm not sure whether she's got a problem, but she's stopped at the moment. And the engine has stopped. So Amy O'Callaghan, number 51, has currently stopped on track. Well, no change of places yet for the 2 front runners. They're still very close. Still Ollie Brown 155 leading as they come up to the hill with Josh Truster 48. Very much within striking distance, trying to find a way through. That could all happen if they can get in amongst the back markers. And one of those is just ahead of them now, 24, Joe Smith. So we're midpoint in the race, 4 laps already gone. Well, the first 3, there's not a great deal in it. It's still 155, Ollie Brand leading, right behind Josh Trussler, 48, and not that far behind now is 27, Elliot Folland. Then we got quite a gap to 4th, and that's Tom Hudson, 46, who's just come through the line. Right, 2 front runners. 6 laps completed now. 2 laps to go. The gap remaining the same. Third just gone through the line. 27 Elliott Folland. So I think the 2 front runners could be getting caught in traffic, either on this lap or the next lap, certainly. The last lap board is now ready for the 2 front runners to come through. Half a lap to go for them. Oh, and I've lost Josh Trussler. Josh has not come out of the late, so Josh Trussler, who's in second spot and fighting for first, was, oh dear, I think he's got caught up with the back marker. So 155, Ollie Brand is now the clear leader. This is where it can all go horribly wrong when you start getting amongst the back markers. And I can't get a clear picture of what's happened down there. It's just out of my view. But I think there's been a coming together between Josh and one of the back markers. And that's as they exit the lake. So Josh Trussler is now back on track, but a long way down now. The last lap board has already gone out. So Ollie Brand comes through to take the win. Oh, just Trussler. A lot of damage to the front of that craft, 48. So pit crew's going to have to do some work before that comes out again. Second spot across the line is 27. Elliott Folland has already gone through. Third is going to be 46. Tom Hudson. Fourth is 53. Oscar Lewington. Fifth is going to go to 86, Ben Lambert. Sixth is going to go to 147, Nathan Ash. Then we got 67, Nancy Devlin. Then 48, Josh Trussler. So Josh dropping all the way. Yeah, we got some others further down. 24, 51, I think. So real shame there, that battle getting short cut before the end of the race between Ollie Brand and Josh Trussler. Our next group is already up on the grid. Well, I say they're up on the grid, they're starting to form up. So we're now looking at Formula One. Unlimited capacity, anything goes. We're not talking about CC now, we're talking about grunt, and that's horsepower. Now, generally with the Formula Ones, they'll run 2 engines, and generally it's a 2-stroke. So they'll have a lift engine, and then a thrust engine. That thrust engine will be producing somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower. The acceleration from 0 to 60, they will out-accelerate most standard road cars. And they'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. Number 5, Abby Beale has just dropped into fourth spot on the front row. Abby's actually using a Formula 2 craft, but she's come out with a Formula 1 number. Now we could be seeing her dad or her brother out there. We're not quite, she's looking at me, don't know, she doesn't know. Problem with the craft? Oh, okay. So number 1 looks as though that's got some issues with the craft. So Abby's not quite sure whether her brother or her dad is coming out. That's the number 1 craft. I'm just looking down the paddock, see if I can see it. Yes, I can see it. And they're still working on it, so I can't see that one making it out onto the grid. So it's time for me to say, if you want to get some more information about the club, the racing as a whole, if this is your first time of seeing the hovercraft racing, welcome. I've been involved in hovercraft since 1967, so the racing side wasn't here or wasn't around when I first started, but we've been racing now for quite a few years, and it's just one of those sports that's never taken off big time, so it's still very much an amateur sport. The big money hasn't come in, so if you do want to get involved with racing, you can still come in at a relatively cheap level compared to most other sports. Now, if you do want to get involved, but not necessarily have a craft and racing, there's many other ways of getting involved. As I say, it's still very much family-orientated sport. So there's lots of people here that cover the country with doing the marshalling, the scrutineering, the lap scoring, etc., etc. And obviously the local branch, the Chilterns branch, that have actually done all the groundwork to get this event up and running. We get it all set up, do all logistics, etc., etc., and then all the marshals come in from all over the country to actually run the event. So www.hovercraft.org.uk, that's the central point to go to. That's the main club website. Of course, you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and the handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. We have some sponsors this weekend, which is great. Being an amateur sport, no big money involved. The craft or the drivers that win this weekend, they don't get any money, they get a trophy. And so we'd like to thank our sponsors for this weekend, the Sands Farm Weekend Camping Site, Redcoat Leisure, they do micro campers, Thames Valley Campers, and now they do bespoke camper conversions. Dell Motor Services, I think that's a general garage, and then Sportif Citroen Aylesbury, they are our final sponsor for this weekend, so we'd like to thank them for supporting us financially this weekend. Now we will be back later in the year at this particular location, and that is in September, and I'm just going to double check the dates, make sure I give you the right dates. Our next race meeting will actually be in Rother Valley Country Park. We also go down to Fawley, which is down south, and that's August Bank Holiday weekend. But we are back here the 23rd, 24th of September. And that will be, when we come back here, that will be the last round of the championships. This round is actually the 3rd round. Both our previous race meetings have been further north. One at Allerton and the other one at, near Accrington. This actual race meeting should have been held earlier in the year, but unfortunately we had an awful lot of rain in that time period, and although that wasn't a problem for the racing craft, it would have been very boggy for the camping. So unfortunately we had to switch the dates and move it to this weekend. Well, looks though we're just waiting on some work that's been done on one of the marshalling points. All the marshals are on radio. As I say, if you want to get involved in that side, the club provides all the orange gear, whether that's summer or when it's inclement, shall we say. And all the radios that the marshals have, they're all supplied by the club. So we've got a radio link all the way throughout the course. And as commentator, I've got one ear on what they're talking about, and trying to talk to you as well. So if I get confused at times, you'll know why. Right, sadly we've only got 2 craft on the grid, so we're going to run with that, just 2 craft, and we're on the 2-minute board. Directly after this race will be the Colts, novices, not quite sure, and then the open race to finish off the weekend. So still more to come. I hope you're all keeping hydrated over there, and over in the paddock, remember to drink plenty of fluids. And if you haven't got that suntan lotion on, get it on now. Here we go, we're on the lights. Well, Sire Francis has gone off. He should be able to control this race from the front. The 2 main contenders for first and second in this race, unfortunately, have got engine problems. So that's number 1. That's going to be either Conrad Bill or his son Callum. And I've just been told they're changing engines. So obviously something major gone on there. And Dan Turnbull also would have been out on this grid, but he's also had thrust problems as well. That's 2 laps completed now. So our colts are now coming up to the grid, and this is age 10 to 13 years of age. So they're already starting to form up. Right, the last lap board is going out. Now leader 28 Side Francis is just about to lap Abby Bill. She is running a Formula 2 spec craft, so it's not unexpected. So Cy Francis, number 28, takes an easy win there. Abby Bill a lap down, but she still comes through in second. So our Colts are now forming up the grid. I'll just wait for them to settle down before I start running through that grid. They are aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted in what they can use engine-wise, but it's a formula where they can't actually tune the engine to the nth degree because they're only allowed to use or produce a certain amount of thrust out the back, and that is checked. So, yeah, there is a maximum thrust that they can produce. So our pole sitter for this race, 44 Lily Olsen, also referred to as the Pocket Rocket. Needless to say, being colts aged 10 to 13 years of age, some of them are quite small in stature. So 129 Morgan Watcham are in second spot. Mixed fortunes with that craft this weekend. His brother was racing yesterday, and so we'll have to see what happens there. He's in second spot though. 153 Emily Lewandon there. In third spot, fourth spot, completing the front row, is Maya Barlow, number 7. She completes that front row in fourth spot. Second row, we've got 158, Tyler Reynolds. And then alongside Tyler is 75, Harley Allman. Right, now, so this format for this race is slightly different. They're only doing 6 laps. So 6 laps for the Colts. Oh, very technical. I've just noticed the pole sitter has got, who's that? They've got a fan on the driver blowing in cold air. So Dad, oh, what a hero. Dad's there with a fan blowing cold air into her helmet. All right, we're coming up to the start very shortly now. So just 6 craft on the grid. Right, we're about to go on that 2-minute board. Here we go. 2 minutes away from the start. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Yesterday, it was 129 that was leading the race with 44, the pole sitter for this race, in second. So let's see what happens now. One minute away from the start now. Have I got the speakers on? Yeah, it's all right. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh! Is it a jump start? I'm not sure. It's Morgan Watson, 129, that's gone off first. No, it seems to be a good start, so Morgan with a flyer of a start there. 44 in second, 158 in third, 7 fourth, 153 and then 75. Well, something's clearly happened. Morgan Watcham 129, who was the clear leader, suddenly it switched places. So whether that happened round the back of the island, I didn't quite see. So Lily Olsen, 44, at the end of lap 1, is now the new leader, with Morgan Watcham 129 in second. Third, across the line is Maya Barlow, number 7. Fourth across the line, Tyler Reynolds, 158. And then we got Emily Lewandon, 153. And then 75, Harley Allman. Well, Lily Elston, 44, still holding on to that lead. Morgan there in second spot in 129. The gap hasn't really changed, but it's certainly different from when they went off the start line. Now Maya Barlow, 7, she's in third, was having problems in the first race today. That thrust unit was bogging down, she was losing a thrust, so they seem to have managed to improve that problem. Fourth spot, 158. Tyler Reynolds, then Emily Lewandon, 153, then Harley coming through with number 75. Okay, so they've already done 3 laps. Midpoint in the race now. Four laps gone, the leader goes through. Lily Elston still holding on to that same gap bowl that's it over Morgan Watcham, number 129 in second. 2 laps to go now. So as our leader comes through the chicane section to take the last lap board, she's caught the rest of the field now. 44, Lily Elston, just approaching very shortly. 75, Harley. Oh, Harley! Is it the catch, the marker post, the course marker? And I hope that hasn't done damage because his dad is using that craft in the next race. So Harley's quite clearly not happy. But I can't see any major damage from here, so he should be able to get back in and fire it up. There you go. The penny's dropped. Yes, he can get back in and fire it up. Meanwhile, back to our leaders. Lily Olsen coming up to the chicane section. The checkered flag is now waiting for Lily to come through. So Lily Olsen, 44, takes the win. Morgan Watcham, 129, takes second. We're still waiting for third to come through. That's going to be Maya Barlow. She's just gone around the back of the island there. Coming through the chicane section to take third place, Maya Barlow, number 7. And fourth at the moment is going to be Tyler Reynolds, 158, but he's yet to come through the line. And he does that now. So 158 Tyler Reynolds comes through in fourth. Fifth goes to 153 Emily Lewandon. And then 75 Harvey Allman. Well, we're just getting clarification now as to whether we'll have a novice race, which is next on the schedule. We were only going to be getting one out anyway, and he was just going to be doing 3 laps to get his qualification. But that craft that our novice was using is number 75, and his son has just driven into the post on the course. So our scrutineer is going to have a quick look at it before it can be released onto the grid. So I'll keep a close eye on that as to whether we're going to run this novice race or not, or whether we go straight through to the open race. So it looks as though we're going to have a small intermission here whilst we find out whether that novice is going to be ready to go out. But I think there's something on the track that needs attending to, and certainly the marshals are getting topped up with fluids in the centre of the course there. So whilst we're waiting, I'll just take this opportunity to say another big thank you to our sponsors for this weekend that's helped to support us, and that's Sands Farm Weekend Camping, Red Coat Leisure, they do micro campers, and Thames Valley Campers, and they do bespoke camper conversions. Del Motor Services Limited, I think that's a general garage, and then we got Sportive Citroen in Aylesbury. So thank you for those sponsors that have supported us this weekend. And don't forget, if you do want to find out some more information about the club as a whole, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. Obviously, you see the racing side here this weekend, but we also do have a cruising side. The unfortunate thing is, where we are located here, we're pretty much in the centre of the country, so to go cruising, it's always going to be a long way. But there is a cruising side as well. With the racing, yeah, if you want to race, that's absolutely fine, but there's many other ways of getting involved with either the local branch with organising the events, or the marshalling team, as you see all the guys in orange out on the course. And we're always looking for people in orange to come out and help with the marshalling side, especially on a weekend like this where it's so hot, to try and rotate the marshals round to get them out of the sun. Right, whilst I've been talking, number 75 has come out onto the grid, so we'll have a novice race. However, there'll be just one craft, so all he's going to do is 3 laps. That's the mandatory number of laps to actually get his official number of laps on the chart. Yes, so coming back to the getting involved, if you do want to get involved in the marshalling side, so obviously we've got the marshals on the land, we do have a water rescue team as well. So if you've got any particular skills on that side of things, we're always looking for people to get involved. All these marshals have come from all over the country, some of them local, some come from further afield, and all the equipment you see them using, all the orange gear, that's all supplied by the club. The radios, there's a radio link between all the marshals, that's supplied by the club as well. And obviously when weather is inclement, which it tends to be with this lovely British weather, we do also have wet gear as well. Of course, beyond that, with the marshalling side, we've got the lap scorers. We've been thin on the ground this weekend with lap scorers due to our change of date for this particular meeting. And so that's another way of getting involved. And of course, we have our scrutineers who check the craft at the beginning of each weekend to make sure the craft are safe and that conform to the regulations. And obviously those regulations are bespoke to our particular sport. So if you've got any general engineering background and you do want to get involved in that side, you're more than welcome. You'll get trained up and be able to shadow the scrutineers over a period of time to get to know what you're looking for and what to check. Now, over the weekend, the scrutineers don't be too heavily involved, but obviously if you get a craft that gets damaged, that craft has to come back to the paddock and be rechecked before it can go out again. Right, looks like we're going to get this this one craft race underway in just a moment. So just give us a few moments and we'll get this craft underway for this novice race. He's only going out on his own to do 3 laps to tick some boxes. So directly after that, we will go into the final race of the weekend. That will be the Open Formula race. So the one and only novice we got on the grid is actually a previously qualified driver, but from a few years ago now. So he's not a newbie. Looking at the front of the craft where his son managed to hit that post, there's some extensive use of gaffer tape. If you ever get a craft, you need in your toolkit gaffer tape and cable ties. Right, here we go. Mark's going off to do his mandatory 3 laps to tick the boxes to say he's done his race. 3 laps is the minimum that he needs to do to qualify. Well, I say qualify to prove that he's actually been in the race. So we've got one final race to come now for the before the weekend finishes. That's the Open Formula race, so open to all the main formulas, apart from the novice, junior and Colts. So we get a complete mixed bag on the grid. And they'll be doing 8 laps. Well, he's been shown the one last lap board, but I think it's a bit previous. I think he's got to do another lap yet before he gets the last lap board. It's hot. You can get away with anything in this heat. Blame it on the heat. There's only one driver now confused, at least. Right, I'm sure Mark's worked out that that last lap board was put out wrong for the previous lap, so he is now on his last lap. So our last race starting to form up now on the grid. Mark Allman, number 75 there, doing his required 3 laps. So I'm just going to wait for a few more craft to come onto the grid before I start running through. So we've got our pole sitters there, 521 Magnus Ivanov in a Formula 2. Second spot is missing at the moment. Third spot is Jake Trussler in a Formula 2, number 119. Then another Formula 2, number 92, Wayne Hill, completing the front row there in fourth spot. Then we've got a Formula 3, 144, Richard Pound. Then a Formula 1, number 28, Cy Francis. That's row 2 complete at the moment, 1 space missing. That looks as though it's going to be Aaron Sutton, number 5. He's coming out as a Formula 1 craft, although it's Formula 2 spec. So he'll be completing row 2. Row 3, 95, Charlie Clark. Then we've got a gap. Charlie Clark is running the Formula 50. And then we've got 89, Peter Simon Thompson. He's running the Formula 2, but he's got a big 4-stroke in there, opposed to all the others who are running Formula 2-stroke. And completing row 3. Oh, I need to just check the name. Oh yeah, 53 is Fred Reynolds. And so that is going to be, I think, a Formula 3 spec craft. So that's row 3 complete at the moment. Row 4, we've got number 72, Kian Olner in a Formula 50. And still waiting to come onto the grid. Right at the back there is his sister, number 51, Georgia Olner. And she's also running Formula 50. Well, it looks like the grid is now formed up. We've got, let's see how many we've got. I think there's 11 on the grid now. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. There we go, 2 minutes away from the start. 119, they're still working on that thrust. Some fine tuning going on there by the looks of it. On the thrust engine. We're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it's 5-2-1 into the turn first, then 119, 92, 28, 89, 144, 51, 95, 72, 53. The grid has cleared. So Magnus Ivanov comes through the line first, 5-2-1, he's already pulling away. Here comes the gaggle of craft, it's 119, 28, 89, those three locked in battle for second, third and fourth. Fifth going across the line is 92, Wayne Hill, then 5, Aaron Sutton, 144, Richard Pound, 51, George Arona, 95, Charlie Clark, 72, Kian Olner, and then we've got Fred Reynolds, 53. Oh, Cy Francis, just after the finish line, that turn, he got it right up on his side, and that almost went horribly wrong, but he managed to keep it under control. So our leader, he is away and clear and gone. Now caught up the tail end of the field. Fred Reynolds going through the line, but he's got a problem. The hand goes up, and he's going to lap down on the leader. So Magnus Ivanov, 5-2-1, goes through the line in first place, and 89. Whoa, that craft right up on his side as he crossed the line. He's now in second spot. Third is Jake Trustland, 119. We've lost 28 somewhere. So we're now midpoint in the race. Magnus Ivanov goes through, 4 laps completed. Second spot just gone through, 89, Peter Simon Thompson. There was a pop from somebody's engine there. It was either 89 or 72. So Magnus Ivanov in amongst the back markers with no great problem. He's got a good lead over second spot. Peter Simon Thompson, number 89, but Peter is on a charge. And as they cross the line, a lot of them getting slightly airborne. The craft side is coming up as they go into the turn. So although there's only a light breeze, it's obviously catching them as they go into the turn and they bank the craft. And that's now 6 laps completed. Well, Peter Simon Thompson in that yellow craft with the black duck, 89 with a big 4-stroke. He's popped a couple of segments, but he seems to be on a charge, but I think it's going to be too much of an ask to catch the leader. That's still Magnus Ivanov, goes around the back of the island, 5-2-1. The last lap board is now waiting for him. There we go, 1 lap to go now. Magnus Ivanov, 5-2-1, goes through. '89, Peter Simon Thompson goes through in second. Third crossing the line now at the moment is 119, Jake Trussler. And to take the win, the final checkered flag of the weekend is Magnus Ivanov, number 5-2-1 in the Formula 2. And coming across the line in second spot, another Formula 2, 89, Peter Simon Thompson. Crossing the line in third spot, another Formula 2, 119, Jake Trussler. I think we've got to wait now for full spot. So just waiting for the lap chart to show me where the lower placings came now. While waiting for those final results, for those of you who come along to watch the racing here at Whittlebury Hall, thank you very much for coming. I hope you've enjoyed it. We will be moving on to our next round in a couple of weeks' time, and that is at Rother Valley Country Park. But if you want to get some more information about our race series or anything about the racing side or the cruising side, then nip onto the internet and go to www.hovercraft.org.uk. course, you can always follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And the handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. So it just remains for me to say a final, have a safe journey home. And I hope you've enjoyed it. And we hope to see you again later on in September. I think the weekend was the 23rd, 24th. And we'll see you then. So this is me, Barry Oakley, signing off.